The man before you is a champion of light. He is part of a conflict between darkness and light that is both ancient and eternal. He is chasing a dangerous quarry, the Herald of Darkness. His evil doppelganger, known only as Mr. Scratch.
I'll catch you eventually!
Maybe. But what are you gonna do then? By then, I'll have had my hands on everything you love.
The man has been brutally spat out from the darkness that surrounds the shores of our reality. He has come to fight a decisive battle in Night Springs.
That again, huh?
In another life, the man was a writer. He still practices that art, forging weapons of war out of ideas. But the violent currents that brought him here have scattered the pages he has written.
My name is Alan Wake, and I'm a writer. I didn't become one overnight. Like most writers, I struggled with it. A short story here, an article there. Then I got lucky and spent a year as a staff writer on the Night Springs TV show. It wasn't the great American novel of my fantasies, but it taught me discipline and craft, and the difference between wanting to be a writer and actually writing.
The lights of the motel promise safety. The man senses that the solution to his predicament begins there. Somewhere within the Earth, space itself has been pierced, and from dark depths runs a steady flow of monsters. The man recognizes the hand of his evil double in this. He knows he must put an end to this madness.
I can't stay here now. It's a little sad how many problems you can solve with buckshot. Hello?
Hey, it's you. There. You remember me, right? Emma? Emma Sloan?
I think you might have something that belongs to me.
Really?
A typewritten page?
Oh, yeah, that's weird. I did find a page like that. I don't even know where it came from. It was all this weird stuff about the oil derrick and a satellite.
Yes, that's what I'm looking for.
Oh, well, I don't know how you knew I had it, but I guess it's yours. Listen, what's this all about? There are these really creepy guys hanging around the oil derricks. There's something really weird about them.
They're dangerous. I'm gonna deal with them. Try to stay out of their sight, okay? And stay in the light. They hate the light. At the oil derrick, the wheel had been jammed in place and turned until the oil gurgled and flowed thick and flammable. The warning lights were blinking in a fast rhythm, bright and steady, powered by the battery. The Kasabian CD was playing in the boombox, all distorted guitars and intense beat. High above, some piece of orbital junk or another collided with the satellite, knocking it radically off course. Trailing debris, it screamed down from the skies at an impossibly steep angle. All that high-tech engineering reduced to nothing more than a bullet that would destroy whatever it hit. Just to be clear, you should know that we haven't actually met before.
Sure we have, Mr. Wake. Remember you stayed at the motel here.
No, the guy you're talking about just looks like me, even if he uses my name. He's behind all this trouble.
Oh, I thought, now that you mention it, I guess your aura looks a lot nicer than his, actually. I'm very sensitive to things like that.
There's a bunch of stuff I need to find.
The things mentioned on that page? Well, there's a lot of old crap lying around this place.
Great, thanks.
I think you should be able to find everything, except the satellite, obviously. Are you gonna tell me what this is?
I don't think that'd go over too well.
Why don't you let me be the judge of that?
Fine. The page is a formula for rewriting reality. Either I use it to close a strange portal to a place that isn't in our world, or shadowy serial killer monster things keep pouring out of there.
Yeah, you were right the first time.
You can think what you want about me, but there's still bad guys around. Be careful.
Well, you might be nuts, but I've seen the way they move, the way they look. I'll buy that.
They're cold taken. They aren't really human. Not anymore.
And they're climbing out of the oil well? What, do they have secret headquarters down there, or...?
No, that's just where the point of connection is. It's a hole that leads to, well, it's a really nasty place. That's why I need to close it.
And the guy who looks like you opened it, because he was hanging around the oil field before.
He gets around, unfortunately. Thanks for helping me.
Oh, I wish I thought you were just a nutcase.
Actually, I kind of expected you to.
Me too. But I feel like this is how it's supposed to go. Isn't that weird?
Not really. I get that a lot in my line of work.
What do you do anyway?
I'm a writer.
Obviously.
What was that you said about my aura?
Oh, I'm very spiritual, you know. I can see auras, but I only use it for healing and helping people. I'm like a wise woman, you know? I give people insight and advice.
Look, just because I say crazy things doesn't mean I believe everything.
Don't be like that. Maybe you should take a few crystals with you if you're going out there. It might be dangerous. They soothe your energies and focus your mind. It's fantastic.
And they help me take out the bad guys?
Oh, well, no, not as such.
Yeah, okay. I think I'm...
Or I have some wonderfully potent and herbal detox suppositories.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
The Champion of Light recognizes the page he got from the woman. It is a weapon of his own design, custom engineered to destroy the dark portal. If he recreates the conditions of the page, a great power will be unleashed.
Well, here you are, about to enjoy another cool Arizona night with me, Eddie Rodman, the host with the boast. Hey, any of you guys remember Old Gods of Asgard? Man, I actually saw them twice back in the 70s. I was just a kid then, but my dad worked at this club, and he'd sneak me in to see bands all the time. You know how it is. Talk about an education. Anyway, great band, couple of great albums, solid fan base, and then they kind of dropped off the face of the earth. Well, now, almost 4 decades later, they're making a comeback. And let me tell you, these boys have seen a lot of road. There's some serious rock and roll veterans, because they weren't too young even back in the day. Well, now I've got Odin and Tor Anderson, two of the original Old Gods, in the studio with me, along with their manager, Barry Wheeler. Nice to have you guys here.
Oh, hey, great to be here, Eddie.
Yeah, hey, hello! Now, boys, let me just come around and say this, all right? Spring chickens, you ain't. I mean, you guys, you make the Stones look young.
You're only as old as you feel.
Who you calling old? Now, your last album was 1978, In the Valley of My Shadow. And then you stopped playing altogether after that. Why? And what made you do a comeback after all this time?
Well, it was a sad thing. See, the original bass player for Old Gods, Fat Bob Balder, passed away in...
Leukemia!
Bob had leukemia, poor bastard.
Yeah, after that, we didn't feel like playing no more.
Long story short, I ran into these guys up in Washington, and it was obvious to me that they still got it. So I figured, hey, let's make some music, right? And they went for it.
Now, Barry, you were a literary agent before this, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and you were very successful. You represented Alan Wake, I believe, who disappeared under mysterious...
Yeah, that's... Hey, I just want to talk about Old Gods tonight. Is that cool? Can we do that?
Oh, yeah, sure. Listen, why don't we take a little break, and then later on in the program, we'll hear the new Old Gods single. Stay tuned, folks.
Well, at least Barry landed on his feet. Oh, hell. This isn't gonna be good. Is this on? How can you tell? I'm sorry, I'm not very good with gadgets. That's more like it. I'll be right with you. I just gotta do this one thing. I like it quiet. I bet you're wondering why this is happening. Why am I doing all this? Why am I so hell-bent on ruining your life? You're cramping my style. You've got money, fame, everything you could want. But you don't know what to do with it. I do. I'm getting all the things you never had the balls to go for. Having more fun, too. Do you know the real difference between us? I'm not afraid to be the center of attention. This poor slob's just collateral damage, really. I mean, made some information out of him earlier. But this part? This is just for kicks. So quiet. I know that when I arrive, the clarity of vision I have now may disappear. I've made my plans. I prepared for this, but I know the transition from the dark place will be hard on me, and not just physically. It may affect my mind, my memory. These pages should help me remember and focus. That's worked for me before. Even if that fails, I think I will be able to trust my instincts. I'm navigating my own story. I'm hoping I'll know where to go and what to do, even if the details elude me. I guess it's about time I went full auto. To change reality, you nudge it into the right direction. Your version of it is there, waiting. It wants to come true. All you need to do is help it achieve its potential. The devil is in the details. You change the details of the scene to match those on the page. If you get the details right, if you achieve that critical mass, the shift will come, and the rest of your new reality overrides the existing paradigm. The lie, no matter how outrageous, is now the truth.
Tears itself in two to avoid the hated light. It becomes weaker, but more numerous. Such is the arithmetic.
That was just messed up.
The reality we take for granted is softer, more adaptable than we think. Under correct conditions, you can reshape it, turn it into almost anything you want. When it happens, almost nobody notices. It's not that we forget, it's that after the change, there's nothing to remember. Only those who have been directly touched by the powers that can shift reality are aware of the changes. Many are driven mad by it. Others can cope. I'm one of those people, and I know how to wield that power to rewrite reality.
Оказывается, я все это время играл без микрофона. Ладно. Может так продолжить? Не, ну это жесть, конечно. В общем, здравствуйте, всем привет всем. Да, мы играем в Alan Wake's American Nightmare. Я ничего важного не сказал, по-моему. Господи, ну это полная хрень. Вот, ну, ПК-гейминг. Но если бы не ПК-гейминг, я бы играл на консоли, я бы видел сразу интерфейс стримлапса, я бы сразу видел, что у меня микрофон включен. А тут вот такое дерьмо. Ну как так-то? В общем, ПК-гейминг — это плохо. ПК-гейминг — это для тех, кто любит страдать.
That's one thing down.
О, карабин — это
Tells me
тема.
I'm really gonna need the extra firepower.
Отлично, отлично, отлично. Я бы здесь что-нибудь спрятал, вот, например, чемодан. 10 страниц Magnum. 10 страниц у меня пока нет. Здесь тоже, наверное, будет какой-то враг. Мне так кажется. Ну а где здесь страничка? Вижу.
Some of the Taken aren't protected by the darkness like their comrades. Instead, their aversion to light is so extreme that they literally split into two when they encounter strong light. It leaves the two halves weaker, but of course, there's strength in numbers. It's a disturbing development. The dark presence I faced 2 years ago was powerful, but it didn't have much in the way of imagination. Clearly, the same cannot be said of Mr.
Автомат закончился. Роман, привет-привет. Вторая часть, когда выходит в эту пятницу. И мы ее застримим. Как твои дела?
That's two. Just one more to go.
Ага, это хилка одноразовая, я понял. То есть мы заходим в свет, и этот свет гаснет. Я до сих пор не могу понять, как пробраться в эту комнату. Вон лежит страница, но... Неужели расстрелять окно? Нет, оно так не работает. Ладно, пусть будет пока в этом состоянии. Ну, игра реально выглядит как демка. Вот эти вот Map Entity Manuscript на радаре. И в принципе такое чувство, что тут не докинули постэффектов, хотя может это просто после ремастера такое ощущение. Эта же часть без ремастера обошлась.
Wait. Whoa!
The man has found the battery, but it is empty. It will need to be recharged.
Хорошо, вот поиграл в истоке, Ассасин. Чё-то много багов ловил со звуком, таких по миру удалил. Сейчас Watch Dogs 2 скачал. В прошлое немного проходил, потом несколько раз винду переустановил, решил заново скачать, а там сохранение прошлого стали заново хоть не надо. Ну вот, кстати, второй Watch Dogs я поначалу эту игру не любил из-за кринжовых персонажей и сюжета. Но потом все-таки вкатился, прошел, все еще считаю персонажей и сюжет кринжовым. Но какой же там классный открытый мир, какой же там классный Сан-Франциско, как же там классно находиться. Вот этим игра и хороша. Вот юбики они умеют открытый мир делать все-таки. Молодцы. Открытый мир и графон — это то, что они умеют делать. Опять пополнились запасы. Каждый раз они пополняются, когда отбегаю.
I need this battery charged.
No problem. Here you go.
Thanks.
Меня мучает, как все-таки добыть страничку отсюда. Можно загуглить по-быстрому. Просто мне реально интересно, что это за хрень. Не знаешь инфу по Far Cry 7, когда сжать? Нет, когда сжать, не знаю. Знаю, что там будет система 24 часа реального времени дадут на прохождение сюжета. Если не успеешь, то близкие главного героя бьют, и игра будет провалена. Это интересная тема. Надеюсь, после прохождения сюжета оставят открытый мир, типа, чтобы там дособирать всякую дичь, например, не торопясь уже, не спеша под таймер. Должны, по идее. А, надо ключи по сюжету получить, все. Понимаю. Мало, кажется, 24 часа. 24 часа реального времени. То есть для тебя сюжет 20 часов мало? Мне кажется, более чем достаточно. Больше уже что-то много, мне кажется. Я не особо люблю игры, которые заставляют проходить по 100 часов, например. Именно проходить. То есть гринделки всякие. Вижу припасы. Ну, как я понял, да, то есть на основной сюжет без побочек. Побочки, скорее всего, можно будет, ну, я так думаю, пройти уже. Твою мать, я его не заметил. Так вот, побочки, я думаю, можно будет пройти уже после основного сюжета, чтобы, ну... Нет, револьвера я не буду, это говно. Чтобы... Блин, о чем я говорил? Чтобы уже не оглядываться на таймер и спокойно их проходить. Ну, это по слухам так. Естественно, я не гарантирую то, что будет именно так, но слухи такие. По крайней мере, это то, что я читал. Ага, вижу возле вышки еще одну страницу. Надо спуститься, забрать.
Mr. is a twisted copy of me, powerful and dangerous. But I know I can fight him. I don't think anybody else can. They don't understand what he is, what he represents, or that all the horrible things he does here are almost insignificant compared to what he will unleash on Earth given the chance. But I've survived the dark place, and it has taught me things. How to cope, how to stay sane when the world goes crazy. He's 2 steps ahead of me, but I can find him. And I believe I can stop him.
Я мог просто через ворота пройти, ладно? Раздвоился. И еще раздвоился.
Time to make some serious changes.
Угу. Аккумулятор и нефтекачку еще надо запустить. Все подходит. Ой-ой, он быстро сгорает, оказывается, ладно. Думал, можно пробежать. Они уже здесь. Кто, блин?
What the hell was that?
Easy. I got him. You're safe. I need you to tell me what you know about him. The guy who looks like me.
There was a party in one of the rooms. It was pretty wild.
Персонаж выглядит
I'm not
как в
sure
первой
which room
мафии,
it was in.
серьезно.
You didn't attend.
No, I
И
wasn't
мимика,
there.
и все остальное.
It got way out of hand. Anyway, I heard that he went
В
to the
оригинальной
diner
первой мафии
and there
имею
was
в
a
виду.
fight there or something. Maybe you could find out more from there. I got some keys that you could maybe use.
You just happen to have the keys, huh? Fine. I'll take a look. Stay here.
Like hell. I'm getting out of here as soon as you leave so I could close up this place and go home.
Emma, you really want to stay here in the light.
Yeah, thanks for the advice, but I'm not sticking around. Just go already, okay?
Are you okay?
I guess. Thanks for the help. Were those the... what do you call them? The Taken? What are they?
It's complicated. Short version, the darkness can take people over. That's why I had to destroy the oil derrick. Otherwise, they would have overrun the place.
Wow, I didn't think you'd actually do it. I mean, I didn't think it'd work. That's crazy.
Let me just try one more time at the risk of sounding like a broken record. It's bad out there. I don't want you hurt. You should stay put.
Yeah, while you turn this place into an inferno, run around shooting things up and play some kind of weird games with your psycho evil twin. Don't get me wrong, you're nice for a weirdo. I'm impressed as hell by all of this, but enough is enough. I seriously just want to get out of here, okay?
Нет, ключи нам еще не дали. Вот эта вот хрень Ice, она очень похожа на такую же хрень из GTA 5, где Тревор прятал китайцев. Этот ящик для льда, он прям практически такой же, понимаю.
A poltergeist. Its existence is one of rage and hostility, and its very presence turns ordinary objects into deadly projectiles.
Oh, shit!
Надо подлечиться. И страничку вижу.
The strands of webbing glistened in the beam of my flashlight, fine, almost ethereal. They were fresh and right in my path. I held my breath and waited, ears straining. Nothing. I moved on, concentrating on the task at hand. Just get what I was looking for, then leave. That's all I keep telling myself. For a moment, I actually thought it might be as simple as that. Then, I heard too many legs skittering across the ground.
Здесь мы не пройдем. Ну хорошо, что на миникарте, кстати, отображаются все эти собираемые предметы. Это очень удобно. В первой части, честно говоря, этого не хватало. Ну, точнее, в оригинальной игре. Это все-таки вторая часть. А что-то типа DLC.
The scene. Traces of violence. A callous midnight snack. A room key left carelessly behind. The man recognizes
вот они
the
ключи.
enemy's handiwork.
Вот они ключи.
I think these are keys for the motel rooms. Satellite and now this? That place might be involved.
Emma Sloan was a believer in a great many things, most of which were entirely fallacious.
Жень, привет. Ну, это, так сказать, DLC самостоятельное. Это все-таки
Emma
вторая часть.
Sloan, an innocent victim of his dark half.
Блин,
More collateral damage.
теперь эта
than
телочка
ongoing
наш
war.
враг.
Damned by forces beyond her control, as much as by her own actions.
Теперь у нас вместо Вашингтона Аризона, и игра стала более цветастой. Появилось много оружия, в том числе автоматическое. Наконец-то нет этого сраного револьвера, который миллион лет перезаряжается. Зато враги научились раздваиваться. В целом прикольно. Интересно, такие враги во второй части будут, которые не будут сразу погибать, а будут сначала раздваиваться несколько раз. В пустыне теперь, да-да-да. Я тут уже нашел ящик для льда, такой же, как GTA 5, куда Тревор прятал китайцев. Сейчас, если опять наткнемся на него, я покажу. Он вроде рядом. Вот он. Ну, правда же такой же ящик, абсолютно, с такой же надписью. О, наконец-то я эту страничку заберу.
My own face peered back at me from the
Убивать
TV
приятнее
screen.
стало, наверное. Звучит
For a
как-то
moment,
по-маньячески.
I struggled with the sensation of déjà vu. How many times have I seen myself like this now? And then there was that easy grin that never seemed quite as quick or natural on my own lips. The dark, malicious twinkle in the eyes. And I knew who I was looking at. As he pulled back and revealed the room behind him, my throat went dry. There was nothing I could do but watch.
Еще мне нравится, конечно, казуально, но мне нравится то, что обновляется ящик с припасами каждый раз, когда мы более-менее далеко отходим.
Damn it! Why didn't you listen?
Наверное, такие стоят часто рядом с кафе в жарких штатах. Может быть, может быть. Да, и пока что нам не дали покататься на машинах, в отличие от оригинала. Может быть, это можно здесь сделать, но пока что не дали нам покататься. Я вот уже глаз положил на этот красный аппарат. Плимут или как его там. Плимут Фьюри. Может быть и нет. Я плохо разбираюсь. Опа, труп.
Michael Farabee, dead, tortured, dressed in clothes that bore the name of a local observatory. A slim lead, but solid enough. It stirs something deep in his mind. He knows where to go now. The observatory. Hot on the heels of the Herald of Darkness, the Champion of Light forges on to see the stars. An observatory, a place for a man to witness the magnificence of the universe. But such insights are not what the Champion of Light is looking for. He has come to find a weapon.
Не понял. В смысле, то есть мы там не дособрали бумажки и все? Вот это нехорошо. Вот это я не люблю, когда нам не дают выбрать, в какой именно момент уезжать из локации. Невидимая стена. Прикольно загрузочный экран. Да, но не прикольно то, что игра за нас решила, что пора уезжать. Ну ладно, все равно я бы все не собрал. Что-нибудь обязательно пропустил бы.
Welcome back, listeners. As you know, I'm Eddie Rodman, and I'm still talking to old gods of Asgard, who are doing their big comeback tour. How's that been going for you? Odin?
Splendid! I'm having the time of my life. You know, I didn't realize how much I...
Игра подлагивает? Да вроде нет. На стриме подлагивает.
It's okay, you know.
Пардон, не знаю, в чем проблема.
Back a lot of memories.
Oh, yeah. It's wonderful to be back on stage.
Попробуй перезапустить. Я вот сейчас на планшете смотрю, вроде нет
I
подлагиваний.
feel like a young man again.
Well, speaking of that, I hate to keep harping on this age thing, but I gotta tell you, I've heard your new songs, guys, and you sound really good.
Thank you.
And, this may be a touchy subject, but to be blunt, you really don't sound, well, old. I mean the difference between your speaking voice and your singing voice, it's pretty striking.
What the hell are you talking about? You saying it's not us singing on that record? What? What's he talking about?
No, I'm not saying that, guys, but I can't help noticing the difference.
Son, you're on thin ice. You calling me a liar?
Whoa, hey, let me just step in here for a moment, boys. Yeah, Eddie, they do sound different, but believe me, we're not talking Milli Vanilli here. These guys are the real deal. Why don't you come to the gig tomorrow night and see for yourself? Once they get on that stage, boom, things get real.
Really?
Believe me, they play like they're possessed. It's almost like magic. Look, you see my boys play, you see the old gods for real. These guys project a lot of power. They're not lightweights, you know what I'm saying?
All right, Barry, I'll see if I can make it. Now, let's take another quick break here, and after that, we'll play the new Old Gods of Asgard single. Don't you go away.
Он всегда обещает, что мы послушаем новый сингл богов Асгарда, но никогда его не запускает. Помповое ружье или карабин? Я думаю, помповое ружье круче. Мне кажется, это неспроста. Да, сейчас вижу, вроде как FPS немножко проседает на стриме, но я не знаю, в чем дело. У меня игра идет плавно. Прошу прощения за технические неполадки, но не знаю, что с этим сделать. ПК гейминг, наверное, виноват. Хотя игра довольно антикварная, по графону даже видно. Не знаю, в каком году она вышла, но довольно давно. Не должна сильно нагружать железо. И да, сама игра гораздо проще, чем оригинал. Вот гораздо прям проще. Я сейчас думаю, наверное, можно было и на кошмаре ее запустить после наших страданий в оригинальной игре. Я думаю, мы бы справились. Я тут сдох всего один раз, и, по-моему, из-за какой-то глупости. А мы уже 3 игры прошли, судя по количеству актов.
The spiders aren't really the work of the enemy. They're a side effect, a part of the Dark Place's less significant fauna that has managed to slip through the opening I made when I arrived. Less an animal than an idea that has assumed the form of an animal. Makes them no less dangerous, but at least they're a little easier to deal with. The darkness doesn't protect them like the Taken, and thus they can be destroyed by either light or bullets right away.
Понимаю.
Hello? I'm Dr. Rachel Meadows, and... Wait a moment, it's you! I can't believe you dare show your face around here again.
Ай-яй.
Go away.
It wasn't me. I just look like him.
Are you serious? That's what you're going with? Please.
I'm trying to stop him. You saw those shadows.
Прикольно, что если мы
right?
ходим, то
I bet
камера
he
за
got
нами
along with them just
следит.
Yes.
fine.
Они это
Yes,
продумали.
she did. All right. Come on in.
Thank you.
Так, я вижу, где-то здесь рядом есть припасы. Наверное, сверху все-таки.
Hey, buddy. I figured I'd take a moment to talk to you. There's a party next door. I'm feeling pretty good right now. A little beer, a little fun, you know? It's nice. Listen, this whole thing between us, it's a little weird for me too, you know? I mean, we don't just look the same, there's a lot we share. I mean, up here, I know you, right? So I was thinking maybe we could... These guys are getting out of control. Look, I feel like we're both victims of circumstance here. And maybe we could make some kind of effort to...
Злой брат-близнец, мистер Скрэч.
Never mind.
Бьет веселящихся людей в соседней комнате или что? Суть по звукам, да.
Just a moment, I'll send the lift down to you.
Да,
I didn't
действительно.
expect to see anyone here tonight, but I'm
Припасы были
relieved to see
выше.
an actual person. That's assuming this isn't some kind of cruel trick on your part, of course.
Где страничка? Не могу понять. Вроде рядом. Но я ее не вижу. Наверное, на этой галерее.
Doctor, the man who looked like me, what did he want here?
There's a strange astronomical event happening right now. Something I can't begin to classify, but I think it's disabled our satellite. There's a very peculiar signal that we're receiving.
A signal. That's what I'm here for.
Well, so was he. But he didn't seem to understand it at all. He got very angry, sabotaged our imaging array, and now we're blind. I believe the event is still going on, but we can't pick it up.
Is there something we can do?
What he broke is essentially just a special camera, but we can't use the telescope without it. There's a replacement
Почему тут такой страшный графон? Хуже, чем в оригинале.
Consider it done.
Хотя это вроде бы вышло после. Андрей, привет, земляк. Привет, все хорошо. У тебя как?
Tell me more about the signal.
It's almost as if something's being transmitted to Night Springs. It's the strangest thing. It's quite elusive, almost as if it wasn't properly there. I don't know how to describe it.
So, what was the signal like?
I wish I knew. He appeared before I had a good fix on it. He was very pleasant when I was working, but when I isolated the signal, he suddenly forced me out of the control booth. He said it was none of my business. He seemed to change. Somehow he was very smooth and charming before that, but suddenly he became, I'm sorry. I'm not sure I want to talk about it.
Во что играем? Не то, что в продолжение, в DLC к Alan Wake, который проходили до этого. Почему-то оно выглядит хуже, чем оригинальная игра, хотя и более цветастая. Как успехи? Ну, вроде бы уже треть этого произведения искусства прошли, судя по списку глав. То есть вот зона отдыха, обсерватория, открытый кинотеатр, судя по всему, 3 главы. Мы сейчас на обсерватории, то есть мы даже не треть, а даже больше трети прошли, получается, почти половину.
I have to ask, do you always wear that to work?
I was at a party for a local art exhibition. Fascinating.
Чем закончилась первая
I was
часть?
called away by my assistant. Michael was the first.
Если просто ответить на вопрос, то ничем. А по факту Алан вроде как спас жену, но сам остался в темном месте печатать книгу за машинкой. Я так понимаю, во второй части мы будем пытаться оттуда спастись. Наружу. В наш мир.
He didn't quite threaten me exactly, but those shadowy things started to crawl into view, and whatever the signal was, he seemed to be extremely frustrated by it. He just started breaking things and left. I thought it best not to interfere.
You were lucky. He's done much worse.
Yes. He showed me a knife, and he kept talking. He enjoyed the sound of his own voice. A proper maniac. You really aren't anything like him, are you?
Believe me. I try very hard not to be.
И теперь у нас главный антагонист — это наш злой брат-близнец, точнее, злой брат-близнец Алана Уэйка, которого зовут Мистер Скрэч. Он выглядит так же, но ходит в черном костюме и любит убивать людей и творить прочее бесчинство. Тут ничего интересного не осталось. Я думаю, пора спуститься вниз. Запутанная какая-то на самом деле локация.
And try to be careful. It's a very expensive part, and we don't have a replacement. Oh dear, that sounded more callous than I intended. Be safe.
О, мы вышли наружу. Так, это что? Это карабин? Нет, у нас уже есть дробовик. Нам сюда? Видимо, нет. Сколько паутины.
This must be her car.
А вот и пауки, которых можно уничтожить светом, как там было написано. Арахнофобам соболезную. Да, действительно. Можно патрон не тратить на них. Это был последний. Нет, не последний. Они выпрыгивают из асфальта. Паучок же новый вышел. Да, я видел, но я и первого не осилил, второго точно играть не буду.
Excellent. I'll operate the platform directly below the telescope so you can install the array. Don't worry, it's very easy. Hop on. Brilliant, you've got it. I'll just run a quick diagnostic on it. Yes, it's in perfect order. All right, we're good to go. Let's take a look at the skies.
А нам покажут звезды?
I have to shut this down.
Китайский телескоп сломался.
There's a problem with the automated coolant.
С Алиэкспресса.
Somebody just interrupted the flow.
So now what?
Well, you could go and open the secondary coolant flow valves manually. I know it's dangerous there, but, well,
I got it.
please come talk to me if you have questions.
Открыть клапаны с хладагентом. Еще бы понять, где они. Может, нужно вниз спуститься? Может, они снаружи? Да, видимо.
Just remember, you need to release all 3 valves. It doesn't matter what order you do it in.
Один есть. Чего они так далеко расположены друг от друга? Кто это проектировал? Второй есть. Остался последний. «40 страниц, боевой дробовик, у меня столько нет».
I've carried a flashlight and a gun for so long that I feel naked without either. It's all too often that I need them. The darkness protects the taken. Shadows crawl over their forms like living things, protecting them from harm. Blows that would injure or kill a human outright mean nothing to them as long as the darkness persists. But light makes them vulnerable. Light burns the shadows away. The darkness that drives them is still in them, but now they're vulnerable. Flashlight and gun. Sometimes it feels they're all I have left.
Так, клапан, клапан, клапан. Вижу.
Okay, that should do it.
Надо сваливать и по пути где-нибудь подлечиться. В машину садиться нельзя, видимо, в этой игре на машинах мы не сможем покататься.
Released all the valves, Doctor! Is it working?
Just bear with me a moment. Yes, I believe you've got it sorted. It's working again. Nicely done.
That sounds like trouble. I don't think they're happy with our success.
Look out, they found a way in. Hold on a little longer. I've almost got it isolated.
Отлично.
Are you all right? That was intense. I'm sighted in now. I still have no idea what I'm looking at, but it's very strange indeed. Where are my manners? Please, come on up. I'm sorry, I was distracted.
Не, здесь сложность гораздо ниже, чем в оригинале. Потому что в оригинале был прям хардкор лютый на легком.
Are we receiving the signal now?
Oh yes, it's coming in loud and clear. It's amazing. I'm not sure what it is yet, let alone where it's coming from, but it's interacting with our system somehow. like it was intended for us. But I don't understand how that could be.
Какие же клевые текстуры на рубашку ему кинули.
Never mind. Is there a way I can hear it? Or however this is supposed to work?
I think the signal is incomplete.
Рубашка прям как Назген
But you should be
выглядит.
getting a printout of it now.
А вот волосы уже не очень.
What do you mean it's incomplete?
It's almost as if we're only getting a fragment of it.
I need the whole thing. This is important.
I'm sure it is, but this is all we're getting.
Did the man who looks like me get the whole thing?
He locked me out of the booth, so I have no way of knowing. But I can tell you that he didn't really seem to understand it.
So, what's in the sky?
It doesn't make any sense. The stars are just... they're wrong. I thought I'd be able to see something, but it's like I'm looking at a sky that's just... it's not the right sky. But that's impossible.
I consider myself a rational man, Doctor. But this isn't a thing you can measure or explain. I've seen impossible things that have taught me just to roll with some punches. It's either that, or go insane.
I find it disturbing that you sound like you're speaking from ample experience.
A printout of a signal. It too is a weapon created by the Champion of Light. In its words, stirs a new reality. But it is incomplete, and yet it provides a roadmap for the man to follow. A course that will lead him to a place where he may confront his enemy.
Кажется, третий акт начинается. 2/3 игры прошли. Класс, люблю такие игры, коротенькие. Не успевает надоесть.
The drive-in. Once the site of lurid celluloid fantasies, it's now the site of an art exhibition. And yet, it's the search for closure rather than culture that brings the Champion of Light here.
Да, на машинах здесь ездить нельзя.
Now. Oh, it's you. That's fantastic.
Тут мужиков, кроме нашего героя,
No
нет?
way. No, I want you. But you'll get angry if you're here. So you gotta go. You know
Сплошные
that's what
бабы.
you want.
Okay.
I love you so much. Did you know that love hurts? Are you gonna hurt me now? 'Cause you should.
Lady, you got darkness on the brain. I think I can help you if I can get the lights on in here.
You can't turn the power back on. It's not allowed. You said.
So, where shouldn't I go so I don't turn the power back on accidentally?
It's the big building on the other side of the drive-in, but it's locked.
Where's the key? Just so that I know to avoid.
It's on the wall next to the cash register. But you can't. You can't. Don't be bad.
Hey, no problem. I'm just gonna go do some other stuff. Scout's honor. Just try to stay calm. I've seen this kind of thing before. I think you're gonna be okay.
Why is it so hard to think?
You've been touched by
Да, от нее
darkness.
черный дым
It's-
идет.
I'm hoping it's not permanent.
Remember when you were here before and you kissed me? And then everything got all dark? That was the best.
Listen, this is very important. Where did I go? Can you tell me that?
Baby, you don't need to go anywhere. You're here now, and you're in my head. You should be in me. You should touch me again.
Not with a 10-foot pole, lady. Hey, just in case there's a part of you in there that's freaking out right now, it's not your fault. I promise I'll do what I can to help you, okay?
I don't... Please go away.
Don't sweat it. I'm just saying that in case you really need to hear it, I've been there.
I think there are spiders in my eyes. I think you put them in me.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go now.
And we're back with Old Gods of Asgard and their manager, Barry Wheeler. Guys, you're on your comeback tour, and you're playing a lot of your classic material, but you've also got a new single out, right? How'd that come about? Was it hard to go back into the studio after such a long time?
Are you kidding me? They were chomping at the bit. They were just itching to stretch those creative muscles. Now, it had been a while because, you know, they spent a lot of time in,
Retirement. We were retired.
We were?
Yeah. No. We were at the lodge, and we escaped. We were at the retirement
retirement thing.
Yeah.
So, you know, really, once we got in the studio, things started happening. Now, the music has changed a little bit, and the boys were a little rusty, so it took us a while to find the right gear. But hey, once we got going, whew, boy, they kicked ass. And it's an awesome song. It's called Balance Slays the Demon, and seriously, I think it's their finest work. And hey, I should know, I produced it.
Oh, really? I didn't know you were a producer.
Well, this was my first time. I mean, they needed a little bit of guidance, you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong, these guys are the best. But it's the 21st century, man. Things just sound a little different these days. So, you know, I kind of stepped in there, helped them make it sound all cool, kind of jazzed it up.
That sounds like a challenge.
Oh, no, it was really easy, man. I was just, you know, like, hey, give it a little zing, you know? Let's take it to another level so it really rips. You know, let's just throw some really sweet synths in. Like that, you know, just kicked it up a notch. But it's totally Old Gods.
Well, listeners, you can judge for yourselves. Here's Old Gods of Asgard and Balance Slays the Demon.
Oh, yeah.
О, наконец-то этот сингл, который мы обещали. Iron Maiden какой-то. Нет, не Iron Maiden. Неплохо, неплохо. Такой бы Vice City на V-Rock подошло хорошо. Мотив я, конечно, не вспомню, когда он закончит играть, но довольно приятная песня. Не хит, но приятная. Ага, слово пошло. Отлично. Весьма, весьма. Опять обновились припасы. Окей.
The man has encountered this before. People whose integrity has been suborned by the insidious touch of the darkness. He has experienced it himself, but merciful light burned away the darkness in his brain.
Наверное, с другой стороны надо зайти.
My writer's block got worse. I didn't sleep much anymore. My life with Alice seemed like a constant fight. I was a wreck. Alice took steps. She booked a vacation in Bright Falls, a small town in Washington. It was supposed to be a chance to break out of the cycle I was in. She didn't know about the darkness in Cauldron Lake.
Понимаю.
Good.
Это у нас что? Обрез. Недостаточно страниц, ладно. Не очень-то и хотелось.
Oh, look! Mr. Hero's here! You ready to save the day?
The car seemed to sail through the crisp mountain air in slow motion, spinning around one axis almost lazily. The moment was hypnotic. Then it struck the pipeline in a shower of sparks, the impact turning the windshield into a burst of safety glass. As it hit the ground, I snapped out of my reverie. The car was rolling downhill, slowing down as every bump killed momentum, but still coming. The fence wouldn't be enough to stop it.
Это очередной спойлер к тому, что случится. Флексит. Тут, конечно, актер Алан Лейка выложился по полной. Его звездный час. Диего Морель, привет. Нет, еще не конец, но мы близко к концу. Если я правильно понимаю. Хорошо потанцевал.
It's been 2 years since I came here. Being that long without Alice breaks my heart. And I know it broke hers. I know she thinks I'm dead. How could I blame her for that? It would be a crime to pretend that she owes me anything. She took all the stupid, self-indulgent bullshit I brought into her life and still stood by me. Still loved me. It's no betrayal. But I'm a better person now than I used to be. I want to be that person with her.
Так, у меня что-то с Ютубом на планшете. Секундочку, надо решить. Ну, все, завелось. Да. Нам надо вниз, как я туда спущусь. Я смотрю, мир-то небольшой, в принципе, у игры. Вон обсерватория видно, где мы были до этого. Может, мы сейчас можем добежать и до первой локации? Но это не точно. Не, здесь просто склад добра. Я думаю, если я прыгну вниз, то я умру. Поэтому надо найти какое-то место для более цивильного спуска. Оно точно не здесь. Ага, все, увидел, вон лестница. И, кстати, места для отхила тоже восстанавливаются. Тут, видимо, действительно нормальная сложность. Это в ремастере, скорее всего, сложность сломана. И там на легкой сложности хардкор какой-то происходит.
You are gonna shit yourself when you realize what I have done. Shut up!
У тебя в городе рыночная цена Xbox One S 19К. Xbox One S. Дороговато. С моей точки зрения. Калаш бы сюда, лемку. Штурмовая винтовка. Вот только говорил об этой штуке. Так, назад. Так, 3 страницы. 6. Чуть мало вообще. 9, 15 всего открыто. Эх, хотелось бы калаш открыть. Наверное, не в этой жизни. Имеется в виду графический чип. Не понял. Электроподстанция. У меня флешбеки из оригинала. Я тебя услышал за спиной.
Alice, my wife. The best thing that ever happened to me. She smiles and the darkness lifts. For her, I've tried things I otherwise never would. I've never really minded if it's made me feel like a fool. She's a photographer, and the world she sees through her lenses is unique and beautiful. She has the vision. She sees things others don't and knows how to make them visible to everybody. She did it with me, too. She teased out things I was only vaguely aware of. She always saw me in the best possible light.
В самом мониторе появляются всякие артефакты. А, отвальные ты хотел написать, а не ответные. Нет, такие не нужно покупать. Это гемор. Да, все, теперь я понял. Насчет отвальных. Да, Т9, конечно, умеет, практикует.
Okay, I should be able to figure this out.
Нужно в каком-то порядке переключить, наверное, их, да? Или просто все включить и все. Да, реально в каком-то порядке надо. Я думаю, нам лучше не подходить к этой херне, да. Блин, не успел проскочить. Ванекс от 30 до 40к, да, да. Это, конечно, жесть. Пипец, тут лабиринт, конечно. И нам, видимо, и сюда или сюда. Видимо, сюда.
You have no idea how badly you're screwed. It's gonna be a blast to watch you find out. Don't want to get hit by those.
Они теперь меня бросают какие-то гранаты темные. Это мы уже видели.
Wait.
Держите флешку. Так, флешка их не убивает, значит. Не так, как в оригинале. Ладно. Буду иметь в виду. Но, вообще говоря, стрельба здесь мне нравится больше. Как-то удобнее стрелять, чем в оригинале. Ну, то есть в ремастере.
No, don't. Oh, it's not. It's you. Did you help me?
Looks like you're feeling better now.
Yes, I am. Thank you so much.
Тут постарались над текстурами рубашек, а над остальными не очень.
This guy.
Before you say anything, I know I look like him, but I'm not.
Don't worry. You just don't feel anything like he does.
Смотрите, у них карманы на
It's
штанах и
taking
спереди, и
head.
сзади
I feel
одинаковые.
like I need to take 50 showers.
Они тупо даже развертку не
That
сделали
asshole
нормально.
wanted to get into the
Жесть.
projector booth. He was talking about fixing things so the sun never comes up. God.
Вообще, как-то
Didn't seem
халтурно
that
вот
way
сделано,
saying
чисто
it.
вот
It sounded really good at the
с
time.
визуальной части.
You weren't yourself.
Опять же, вот эти tutorial скипы и прочее.
That sounds about right. I need to get in there.
Непонятно,
I have the access code for the door.
почему это было не пофиксить.
I'm just glad you showed up now. He said he'd be back after he'd arranged for some security.
You feel up to telling me what's going on here?
We have an art exhibition here, supposed to open tomorrow. I'm the curator. My name's Serena Valdivia.
Alan Wake.
Holy shit, it is you. I mean, I've seen you on the big screen. I know your wife.
You know Alice? Wait. Big screen.
Yeah, we have a film from her here. What the hell happened to you?
Getting back to Alice.
Oh, God, yeah, sorry. It's quite a coincidence that you're here. She made this short film. I mean, she shot it years ago. You're in it. It's a part of the exhibition.
I'm in a film?
Yeah, it's like... I mean, it's just footage she shot of you at some point, but she turned it into this thing. It's almost like a memorial of sorts.
Разработчик был любителем рубашек, прям как я, да? Я тоже люблю клетчатые рубашки.
How's Alice? Is she all right?
She's okay, I guess, all things considered. I know her pretty well. You're really Alan? I can't believe you're here. Nobody knows what happened to you. But there are people who say they've seen you.
That wasn't me. He just looks the same. Like, you know.
Yeah, but that guy's a lot more slimy. The thought of him makes me... I hate him, but there's something about him, this... God, he's so creepy. Anyway, you're not like him. At all. I hope you can stop him.
Короче, он такой страшный, ужасный, но что-то в нем есть. Типичная баба. Войти в здание проекторной.
That's the security system?
Ух ты.
I guess it was too much.
Начался какой-то кошмар. Один есть. Второй есть. Отлично. И враги пропали. А вот где еще блестели, вижу. Мне нравится, как здесь кактусы сделали. Они как резиновые, но при этом они не дамажат, если их задевать. Помню, еще в первом РДРе дамажили они, если к ним подходить.
The champion of light can feel the fragment of the signal in his pocket. The weapon that can change what will be. It's incomplete, but it's all he has.
Ух ты, играю автомат. Это было поздно ночью, лето почти закончилось, окей? Да, это поздная ночь. Лето почти закончилось, нам нужно перевернуть календарь. Я календарь переверну, и снова 3 сентября. На фото я твое взгляну. Вот оно.
Hell, this isn't going right.
Реальный видос.
You've been up to something, haven't you? Too bad it's not gonna do any good. I'm a better you than you ever will be, and I've got all the time in the world. Everything you've got's going to be mine. Your life. Your wife! What are you gonna do about it? The sun's never coming up now. I can keep this up forever. Show yourself! Whatever you say, buddy.
Понимаю. Чё у меня на планшете постоянно падает стрим? В смысле, не сам стрим, а просто стрим на планшет. Херово как-то.
The rush of darkness is unstoppable. Time itself twists and tears, sweeping the champion of light back with its dark currents. Again he enters the world, but now he sees the trap
Пустая
for what
строка,
it is,
понимаю.
a maze that loops back into itself.
I'm here again. He sent me back.
О, локация сначала. Да, за стримом все нормально, это просто у меня на планшете хрень.
In Bright Falls, I was constantly under attack by birds that were more shadow than flesh and feathers. But this is an evolution. Some of the Taken were actually capable of turning into a flock of birds to escape my attacks and turning back into human form to make surprise attacks.
Угу. Теперь здесь паутина.
Oh, not birds again. What
Ух ты.
the hell?
Понимаю. Ну и страшная же хрень. Хотя он вроде на меня не собирается нападать, может забить на него. Или собирается? Да, все-таки собирается. Чем-то закинулся, будто главный герой. Ну, в принципе, и в оригинале такое же чувство было. Не пускают.
Emma? You here?
Как забрать рукопись? Никак, да? Пока нам не дадут ключи еще раз. Мы что, по второму кругу эти локации будем проходить? Только сейчас это понимаю. Жесть. Ладно.
Wow, it is you. I guess all of it really happened.
You remember me?
Kind of. I felt weird all day, like I could almost remember a dream I had, and then just before sunset, I remembered the page.
Yeah. I'm going to have to go get those things again.
Not all of them. I went out and got them. Well, most of them. I felt stupid at first, but then it was getting dark, and those things started showing up, and one of them made off with the battery. It ran into the railroad tunnel. There was no way I was gonna follow him in there. Sorry.
It's good you didn't. You should be careful. I mean, really careful.
Yeah, I kinda remember something. Something bad happened to me, didn't it?
Forget it. It doesn't have to happen again, okay? Just do what I say.
Yeah, okay. God, this is too weird. Am I going crazy here? Just go get that battery.
Опять найти аккумулятор.
Just the battery. That'll save time.
Ну, кстати, да. Больше не нужно лишних вещей, только один аккумулятор. Да, мне тоже эти надписи нравятся. Выглядит как какая-то демка.
She's giving me the eye, so I make a couple of moves, we have a couple of drinks, and then things start happening. But I say I have to go to the bathroom first. Uh-oh, right?
Да, тут реально момент славы актера Алана Уэйка, потому что он тут очень много играет.
This is gonna be priceless.
That's nice.
I thought you'd like that. Are you tense? You feel a little tense.
Maybe a little. I had a crabby day.
Yeah?
Don't worry, it's improving real fast.
Yeah.
Hey, don't stop. It's just
getting good. Watch this.
Секер башка.
Yeah! Did you see that? Oh man, did you see her? Boom!
More than anything else, are animals. It's in our nature to imagine, to turn fantasies into legends, to be storytellers. But on a rare occasion, the line between fact and fiction, imagination and reality becomes hopelessly blurred, and nowhere as vividly as in Night Springs.
Понимаю. Понимаю.
Night Springs doesn't exist. It's a fictional town from the TV show I used to work on. It was Any Place USA, a place we used as a backdrop for whatever strange story we had that week. One of the stories I wrote for the show involved a man, the champion of light, fighting his evil double, the herald of darkness. It was something I'd written back in the real world, something I had a link to, a framework I could build on. I had adapted it into a new story. This story.
Вижу страничку. Вот плюс, конечно, от вот этой херни с интерфейсом, то, что вот это Map Entity Manuscript на полэкрана показывает, чтобы я не пропустил эти странички. Очень удобно.
Now Night Springs is in Arizona, although not for long. It's in Arizona because whatever the town that has become Night Springs is really called is located near one of the thin, worn places in the world where dreams and reality flow together and life is always a little strange. Perfect analogy for Night Springs. I can't return to the real world, I've tried, but I'm operating on dream logic, forcing the door open a crack so I can slip through. I can enter the strange little town of Night Springs. All I did was put it in Arizona for one night.
Так, я отойду буквально на минутку. Судя по тому, что планшет погас, на нем опять отвалился стрим. Что сегодня? Какие-то странности с этой херней. Да, произошла ошибка, курва. Такого раньше не было, никаких раньше ошибок не происходило такого плана. Окей. Ух ты, это что-то новенькое.
Well, this should be perfectly safe.
Я не был в этом туннеле.
Now I just need her to charge this up.
Еще пауки. Проще мимо них пробежать, мне кажется. Долго еще проходить? А черт его знает. Такое чувство, что нас спустили по второму кругу. По этим 3 локациям. Я сначала думал, что будет чисто 3 акта, и думал, что уже почти прошли, но нет. Мы снова в 1-м акте. Ну, только он немножко отличается от того, что было. Так что я, честно, без понятия, сколько еще проходить.
Here we go again. Better get ready to run.
Так, что-то манускрипт я не взял. Но все равно мы не все страницы, конечно, нашли в этой локации.
I'm trapped in the darkness. He has started appearing to me. He can travel back into the world effortlessly, and he loves to rub my face in it. At first, he was just an echo in the darkness, a flicker beyond the edge of my vision. Now he started showing himself, getting bolder all the time, telling me what a great time he's having in the world while I'm stuck here, and what he plans to do, especially to Alice. All the moves I have left are dangerous and desperate. I have no choice. I have to hunt him.
Be in trouble. Better hurry.
DMZ, привет-привет. Кошмар продолжается, да. Закончились?
I'm gonna need those keys to the diner now. There's a motel key there that I have to get.
Oh, hey, you don't have to do that. I have the motel master key. I work for the same company, you know. What's at the motel?
Well, there's a dead guy. He's got something I need to get into the Mount Redtooth Observatory.
God, that's awful. Hey, you wanted to know about the guy who looked like you, didn't you?
The last time you said he had a party, but you didn't go.
No, that's not true. I did go. It was really great at first, and then I didn't see it myself, but I hear he turned nasty. He hurt a bunch of guys pretty bad, and there was this girl, she died. But I didn't hear about that until afterwards. I thought that he was so charming.
And then he went to the diner.
That's right. I wasn't involved with that at all. I don't know what happened.
Fine. I need to check out these motel rooms. In the meantime, you stay here, okay? I'm serious. Keep the lights on and stay here.
Yeah, okay. You got it. I sure hope you're right about this.
У тебя какая-то аномалия, Димзе. Вчера весь день продрых, затем сутки болела голова. А может быть, у тебя давление? Ты не проверял?
You're gonna stay here this time,
Ты не
right?
заболел?
Because the last time I didn't and that thing, whatever it is, happened to me.
Yeah. I don't want you to get hurt again.
Don't worry, I'm gonna stay put. I don't remember what happened exactly, but I learned my lesson.
Good. It doesn't have to happen exactly the same way this time around. You proved that much when you went out and got those things for me. I think you're gonna be okay.
Let's hope you're right.
Да, наконец-то мы доберемся до этой странички. F. Помянем.
Alice and Barry, my wife and my best friend, are easily the two most important people in my life. And they've never really gotten along with each other. I suppose both of them resent the other's intrusions into what they considered their domain. After I was gone, they maintained an uneasy truce. My book stayed in print, still selling, the licensing machine churned away. She was my wife and controlled the intellectual property. He was my agent and took care of the business. I wish they found more common ground than that.
160 на 120, да, это большое. Ну, если ты не знаешь свое нормальное давление, значит, надо его узнать. И, соответственно, от этой калибровки уже смотреть. Но очень похоже, да, на повышенное давление по описанию. Ага, вот и труп. Второй раз, во второй акт едем.
It's said that nobody knows what the future might bring, but for this man, it's no longer entirely true. A weaker man might simply give up, but the champion of light is an expert on destiny. Sometimes the puppet and puppeteer can be one and the same. Mount Redtooth, its top littered with man-made eyes that stare into the endless depths of space. Tonight, the champion of light will depend on them to pick out a message from the ether.
День сурка какой-то прям. Мы снова здесь. Это называется «Стоило уйти в отпуск». Да, очень печально, что в твой отпуск и вот такая фигня. Но желаю тебе поправиться.
The man remembers the patterns. He knows that he needs the missing part for the telescope.
Да, тут мы уже срезаем углы, так сказать. Знаем, куда идти заранее. Секундочку. Если был бы какой-нибудь краник на сосудах, так хочется слить. Ну, раньше доктора практиковали кровопускание в любой непонятной ситуации. Но я не советую делать это в домашних условиях.
As a storyteller, my first real love was crime. And it was in that genre that I finished my first novel, starring the perpetually miserable Alex Casey, whose entire life was a wound that never healed. The books sold as fast as they hit the shelves. I wrote 5 more Alex Casey books, and they all were bestsellers. I became rich. I became famous. Success brought pressure, and I didn't handle it very well. The atmosphere in the projection booth at the drive-in was charged, almost unreal. Despite that, the air felt cool and refreshing this late at night. It'd been a hot day. The summer was nearing its end, but it wasn't over yet.
Что-то я, честно говоря, упустил момент, когда мы взяли листочек, но при этом его не прочитали.
Oh, praise be. You guys are coming through for me. A pretty little light just started blinking on my board here, and that means there's a caller out there. You know, when the hours stretch into eternity like this, well, it feels like I'm stuck in a rut and just reliving the same endless night over and over again. I feel genuinely touched by someone actually reaching out to me, breaking the monotony. I just want you to know that it really matters to me. Caller, you're on the air.
You suck, Eddie!
Did you know that this is my dream job? True fact.
Глицин, но я не уверен, что он прямо от давления помогает. Я не специалист. Может быть. Но то, что с ним водить машину нельзя, это я слышал. В тот раз я так и не забрал сверху, да, этот манускрипт?
When Dr. Rachel Meadows got the call from Michael, telling her to hurry to the observatory, she didn't waste any time. It had been a nice party. She'd had a good time, but her social life would always play second fiddle to the mysteries of space. Michael never showed up, of course. He pulled over at the wrong rest stop. She never even thought about him at the time. The phenomenon in the sky above her was too fascinating.
А, если перепад температур, то да, есть такая фигня, что у людей вот мигрень возникает при перепаде температур. Есть такое. Это довольно распространенная штука. Ну тут да, понижать давление и должно стать полегче. На прошлой неделе хоть шапку надевай, сейчас майки можно. Да, у нас то же самое. На прошлой неделе я прям замерзал. Натянул на себя все, что было вообще в доме. А сейчас сижу в футболке, как летом.
There are places where our world is worn thin, and another reality brushes against ours. One such site is Cauldron Lake near Bright Falls, Washington. But there are others. That other reality is dark, vast, and malleable, always in flux. In its depths dwell vast forces and alien energies. They're dangerous. But in one of these places, if you know how, you can channel the power of that place and use it to shape reality.
Да, каждый организм индивидуален, поэтому не советую экспериментировать с лекарствами. Охотничью винтовку. У нас есть 15 страниц? Было еще час назад. Она нам нужна? пусть будет. Для разнообразия. Где тачка этой бабы? Вижу. Там еще пауки были. Но сейчас пауков нет. Так, стоп. Листочек где-то здесь. Вижу.
The darkness rose from the depths of Cauldron Lake and took Alice. It needed words. It needed me to write its way into our world. She was leverage, a hostage. I complied, but with a twist. I put in a loophole that gave me a chance to fight back. I was hunted by shadowy enemies, but I faced the darkness. I fought it with light. I drove it back. I saved Alice, but it came with a cost. I was trapped in the dark place below Cauldron Lake.
Анальгин, что ли, тоже от давления? Я просто раньше, опять же, такого не слышал. Но главное, что помогает. У нас какие-то старческие прям разговоры пошли, на самом деле. Враги тут более интересны, чем в оригинале. Этого у игры не отнять. Но вот эти косяки с надписями, конечно, да, не радуют.
I've seen the enemy, and it's me. I've faced dark horrors before, things that live in the unimaginable pressures of the world beyond our own. Sometimes they masquerade as humans. That's what ultimately lurks inside Mr. Scrooge. He's every mean-spirited tabloid story about me. An evil caricature. A creature formed in that vague territory of misconceptions, half-truths, and the dark imagination of people who heard a story about me. An urban legend made flesh. A serial killer. My dark half. Brought to life by the power of Cauldron Lake.
Так мы старые люди, ну... Да. Тут даже возражать тяжело. Так, нет, я иду не туда, нужно было идти по дороге. Дальше. Туда, где фонарь. А еще он в этой игре лучше бегает, чем в оригинале. В оригинале он прям реально какой-то, как будто он по нескольку пачек сигарет в день курит и начинает задыхаться чуть-чуть, если пробежит. Совершенно не спортивный чувак. Тут он хотя бы может бежать какое-то время. Димзет, ну у нас вроде как-то редко об этом слышно. Сочувствую. Надеюсь, тебя это не потревожит.
Stories come naturally to us. We can't help it. There are many different worlds, many competing realities within our heads, fueled by books, television, even barely remembered childhood tales. There's an endless supply of fictional concepts more familiar to us than anything or anyone real. We have a far greater connection to the fictional characters we know and love than the random people we pass on the street. Our destinies and inspirations are shaped by lies, myths, and fables.
При вставании с кровати в глазах темнеет. У меня редко такое бывает пока что. Я даже не могу, честно говоря, точно сказать, почему такое случается. Тоже, возможно, связано как-то с давлением. Ну, в общем, да, дедовские разговоры. Впервые было? Ну все когда-то будет первый раз.
I suppose you'd better come in. I'll unlock the door.
Thanks.
I know what you're thinking. Evil twin, supernatural powers. But most of the time, I just like to keep things basic. I want you to understand that. Like this. Need to get your hands dirty? No batteries, no moving parts, just physics. That's technology you can depend on. It's a classic. Speaking of classics, you need to be careful with this one, though. If the victim suddenly twists, you might end up cutting yourself. It's not really a workhorse, but I'm a sucker for this style. Now this is more like it. You've got slip-resistant grip. Believe me, you really want that traction once you're wrist deep in somebody. The blade's stiff enough so it won't open by accident in your pocket, but it's still really easy to open with just one hand. Now that's a big thing for me. I know what you're thinking. It's too big, too heavy. But sometimes you just need the extra oomph. If you're talking intimidation, this is gonna do the job. Also great for dismemberings and whatnot. You know, the messy jobs. I can't tell you how many things I've MacGyvered with this.
Джеймс Бондил. Понимаю.
Okay, now guns. Not a big fan. I mean, how are you supposed to really connect with somebody with a bullet? I want you to understand that. I take pride in what I do. We can't both be worthless hacks, can we?
Хеви прошел. Сердечку дал разрешение сказать моя остановка. Ну, рано или поздно все там будем. Что еще я могу сказать по этому поводу?
You'll have to forgive me, but this feels very strange. It seems like this has all happened before.
I have the replacement part for your telescope, Doctor.
All right. Let's get it installed.
А, к ней уже можно не подниматься. Хорошо. Это не сердце, а мозг получает либо слишком много кислорода, либо мало. Ну да, раз такие эффекты. У меня нет патронов для микро-ПП. Или как он здесь называется. Инграм. Или Мак. Скорее Мак.
I think we can give this a go, although I have this strange feeling that something will
Don't
go
start
wrong.
it up yet. There's a problem with the coolant system.
Yes, that's right. I remember. All right, let me think. If they're sabotaging it, they'll be at the primary coolant pipe outside. If you can secure it, we should be ready to pick up the signal. That is why you're here, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I'll take care of it.
Before you go, if you have the time, I'd appreciate if you came up here and explained a few things. All of this is very strange to me.
Всегда готов подняться. Если быть точнее, перепад уровня кислорода, когда резко встаешь. Это все печально, конечно.
Hello.
I don't quite know what's going on, but I seem to remember having had this encounter before.
It's not deja vu, Doctor. This has happened before. We're caught in a time loop.
That's utterly insane. How could that be?
I can't really explain it. I suppose I could call it magic.
I don't believe in magic.
Neither do I, but I can't argue with what I've experienced. Listen, what matters now is the signal. The last time we only caught a part of it. I need the rest of it. Whether you believe me or not, you want to look into this as much as I do, right?
Yes. All right.
Диего, это жесть, конечно.
I realize that you have trouble believing this.
That's an understatement. I can't deny that what you say resonates with me on some level I don't pretend to understand. But for all I know, I'm simply delusional.
But it's not just you. I've experienced the same thing as you. Doesn't that prove something, at least?
Maybe. On the other hand, given your appearance, and the fact that you're trying to convince me that I'm not insane, perhaps you're merely a hallucination that accompanies my delusions.
You're not having a psychotic episode, Doctor. For what it's worth, I'm a skeptic by nature. I completely understand your reluctance to believe me.
There are people caught so deep in their psychosis that they retroactively manufacture memories and beliefs that conform to the situation at hand.
Sure, but you have to stop second-guessing yourself at some point, if you want to get something done.
Окей, поговорили. Сваливаем. Я все еще не понимаю, как добраться до страничек. То есть здесь тупик. Выше эта штука не поедет, хотя хотелось бы вот как-то попасть на ту галерею, но я не понимаю, как это сделать. Ну да, то есть мы подошли к тому же месту, просто с другой стороны. Нам это не поможет.
The Taken may well be the tool the darkness favors over any other. At some point, they used to be human, but whatever humanity they once had is long gone. Now they're just shells covered and filled by darkness. The Taken Mr. throws at me are more grotesque and varied than the ones I first encountered in Bright Falls. But I know how to deal with them. I'd be lying if I said they don't frighten me. But I've survived worse. I can't let them stop me.
Да, не хватает страниц. Ну ладно. А, так это снаружи, господи, я думал, это галерея. Все понятно теперь. Вопросов больше нет. Нашли. Как раз давление.
My wife Alice was the sole thing in my life that anchored me. Suddenly it wasn't enough. I couldn't write anymore. I distracted myself with wild parties and whatever trouble I could scare up. I wallowed in the drama of my life, sure that Alice would stick with me even though she didn't sign up to be the lifeline of a tortured artist. It was my dumb luck she's not the type to give up.
Давление — это прям в тему нашего разговора. Как будто лагает. Вот в том-то и дело, привет, Артем, что игра у меня не лагает, почему-то на стриме она как будто лагает. Я не понимаю, в чем прикол. Игра старая как говно момент, она, в принципе, выглядит на свои года. В общем, тайна покрытая мраком, извиняюсь за технические неполадки и так далее и тому подобное. Да, шрифты это как на китайских носках. Я их еще в самом начале игры оценил. Но несмотря на всю эту кривость, мне именно геймплейная эта игра нравится больше, чем вот ремастер, который проходили до этого. Там тупо геймплей меня бесил. Игра была какой-то дико сложной, несмотря на то, что я выбрал вроде бы самую легкую сложность. Мне кажется, это какой-то баг все-таки. Здесь я выбрал нормальную сложность и играть даже слишком легко на фоне того, что было в оригинале. Тут даже не дебаг функции включены, я бы сказал, а тут просто не хватает интерфейсных картиночек, ну типа значков с кнопочками. Типа как пропустить катсцену там или еще что-нибудь в этом духе. Хотя да, по факту это дебаг. О, это мощная винтовка, она ваншотит. Не зря мы ее взяли.
Am I correct? You should be able to turn on the lights and secure the area that way.
Doctor, can you hear me? I think we're good to go.
All right. I'll start looking for the signal. Please, head back.
Выпустить бы для этой игры патч, который фиксит вот эту дичь со шрифтами, и накинуть бы еще эффектов на картинку. Подтянуть кое-какие текстуры, потому что, вот, скажем, текстура рубашки просто мое почтение, а все остальное мыльное. Странная развертка текстуры штанов. У него задние карманы спереди и сзади на штанах, как и у бабы из третьего акта. То есть вот это пофиксить, и получилась бы просто волшебная игра. Нет, там туда не надо. Это что за хрень такая? Все, я вижу, куда бежать. Отличная пушка. А этих почему-то не ваншотят.
It's working. Please, come up here.
Find a signal?
Yes, I don't think it's quite the same thing we had, the last time. Still, we're definitely picking it up.
Are we getting the complete signal now?
I'm afraid not. Take a look at it yourself. I'm printing out a hard copy now. I'd like to ask you a question or two before that, though, if you don't mind.
What's on your mind, Doctor?
Most people would find these events extremely disturbing, provided that they survive these creatures, that is. You seem to be quite adept at dealing with the situation. Why is that?
Yes, I was involved in... It's a complex story. I was in this small town, and a horrible thing from another dimension kidnapped my wife and manipulated me into writing this horror story that came true. I learned to fight it with light, and I managed to contain it and free my wife. But I was trapped in its world.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. So, I'm used to reality working in strange or even impossible ways. And I fought these things, not exactly like this, but close enough for a good while now. Of course, I have certain advantages. Was there anything else?
What did you mean when you said you have advantages?
At the risk of sounding like a lunatic, reality is much more fluid than people think. It can be influenced.
I didn't take you for a mystic.
I'm not. I'm a writer. And under certain conditions, I can, for lack of a better word, rewrite reality. Change things.
That's absurd.
But it works.
Assuming I believe this, why don't you simply, I don't know, write yourself some superpowers?
It's not quite that simple. You need to follow certain laws of drama, I suppose. You need to think about consistency and symbolism. Often what you write isn't anywhere near as important as what you imply. There are things out there that will take advantage of your mistakes.
You really believe in this?
Don't look at me like that. You've experienced some of this yourself.
I will gladly admit that something
Давай,
extremely
Диего,
strange
пока-пока.
is going on. But this idea that you're somehow altering reality with your writing is ridiculous. You're essentially saying you're controlling my actions. Leaving aside the rational arguments against this, what gives you the right?
Well, it's more like having a destiny. A path you're on. You're not aware of it, but there it is. If somebody changes it, what difference does it make? It's what every writer does. If you write something that affects one of the characters, they don't really know about that.
I'm not a character. Are you saying that it's all right to take advantage of someone if they aren't aware of it?
Look, all I meant was that if you're genuinely making all your own decisions, and those decisions lead to whatever destiny you have, what practical difference does it make?
I suppose that depends on whether our destinies are determined by things like physics and probabilities, or natural reality, which is presumably neutral and impartial, or by some kind of an intelligence. If it's the latter, that intelligence makes choices based on some criteria. If we suffer as a result of those choices, there's a moral and ethical element involved, regardless of whether we're aware of its manipulations. Wouldn't you agree?
You're taking this very well. I thought you'd be hangry.
I suppose I would be if I thought you could actually do this.
Another printout. Another signal fragment. The message is still not complete, but it's another piece of the weapon he has built against his adversary. Mere words on a piece of paper, but in the right hands, they will hold back the darkness.
Ну, снова в третий акт.
The last time the man came to the drive-in, it did not end well. He hopes to avoid that fate this time. He hopes that what he has brought with him to this place is enough.
Я только сейчас сообразил, что закадровый голос — это мистер Скрэч, а не сам Алан.
Serena's probably out of her mind again. But I'm gonna need that key so I can get the power back on.
You again?
I'm really just here to get the keys so I can get the power back on.
You want to hold me down? It's okay. I know you like that.
Yeah, I'll just grab the keys.
I could be like your wife, little wifey, waiting at home for hubby. Or you could be the mailman, or the neighbor.
I'm already married to someone who isn't crazy, thanks. I'm just gonna go and get the power back on.
Aww.
Look, I may or may not be back. I have the access code to the booth already, so once the power is on...
You should totally come see me. We could have fun. You know.
We'll see how it goes.
Ты лучше присядь, понимаю. Да не трясись ты так.
You should sit down or something. Try to stay calm.
I don't want to be calm. I want to be nasty. I want to be nasty with you.
Yeah. Okay.
You could do anything you want. You can use my...
Let's not even go there. I was hoping that you'd remember more, but I guess that was too much to ask.
I was about to do the weather, but I see we have a caller. Hey, you're on the air with Eddie. What's up?
Hey, Eddie, it's Ricky. You talked about fate before. You think about that a lot?
Not a lot, to be honest, but I take it you do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Any conclusions you'd care to share, Ricky?
Well, we've got free will, right? That's in the Bible and everything.
Yeah, right, sure.
So free will, right? Am I right? I mean, if we can do what we want, how can there be fate? I mean, you don't know what's gonna happen next, so there's no fate. There's just people doing stuff.
Well, I don't know, Ricky. I don't suppose you have considered the possibility that we're all here in the service of a greater purpose, incomprehensible to us,
and that what we take to be freedom is nothing more than the move of a pawn on some cosmic chessboard, limited in scope, subject to the whims of unseen players,
existing only for their entertainment.
Or perhaps we're just a twisted
reflection
of actual events that can happen elsewhere. Could it be that such is life in Night Springs?
Dude, what?
Food for thought, Ricky. Food for thought.
Are you getting it yet, genius?
Не, автомат, мне кажется, лучше. Прошу прощения.
I want to talk about Alice. Just look at her. She's really beautiful, isn't she? Your wife. Well, our wife, really. Just my wife soon. Don't worry. I'm not gonna treat her like the others. She's special. If I wanted her dead, she would be. I've been around for a while now. So talented. You haven't seen her new work, of course. Oh, it takes my breath away. Really, she's that good. Did you know that I've got a wedding ring, too? We're that similar. She's seen me a couple times, you know. I've let her catch glimpses. She thinks she's imagining things, of course. She thinks you're dead. It might as well be. I mean, even if you manage to keep surviving, you'll be in my trap forever. So I'll go to her. It'll be an amazing moment. Oh my God, you're alive. I'll be the good, loving husband for as long as I can stand it. She'll love it. And then, one day, somehow, it'll happen. Maybe I'll
Спасибо,
slip
Димзет.
up, she spots something, or
Таких телевизоров не
maybe she
хватает в Пейне,
just
согласен.
starts running her mouth.
Но вот я еще раз повторюсь, как же здорово тут играет этот актер Алан Уэйка. В оригинале он редко играет именно живьем, а тут прям его звездный час.
My darling wife.
Чуть не пропустил страничку.
It's obvious that for all his power, Mr. is an agent of another greater being. The dark place he came from is full of terrible alien intelligences, dark presences, and none of them should be let loose in our world. He serves one of them. He'll open the way for them if I don't stop him. But he'll do more. He'll take over my life. He already has my face. He already uses my name. He'll become Alan Wake in every way imaginable and corrupt everything, unless I can stop him.
Я скажу так, несмотря на вот эти все проблемы со шрифтами, мне действительно в целом больше нравится именно American Nightmare, чем оригинальная игра.
Like a little hamster in a wheel. Go ahead and keep running for all the good it'll do you.
Тут больше разнообразия оружия, больше разнообразия врагов. Нет этого гнусного тоскливого фильтра зеленого. Все как-то более яркое, веселое, прям как в постеле. И сама по себе игра не ощущается такой затянутой. У меня ощущение, что это последний акт. О. М-ка. Берем М-ку? Давайте возьмем. Всего 25 зарядов. Маловато будет. А в GTA 3 тоже было в обойме 25 зарядов у М-ки? Я не помню просто точно. Судя по паутине, здесь должны ползать пауки.
For Serena Valdivia, burning the midnight oil was more of an exception than a rule. A procrastinator and a perfectionist, she often worked when she wouldn't be disturbed. Tonight was especially important.
60.
The film festival
Понял.
would open tomorrow, and there was still so much to sort out. It wasn't that the work hadn't been done. She just didn't feel like she had completely mastered everything yet.
Значит, я с чем-то спутал. Прототипа 30. Ну да, как бы да. Два вверх, один вниз. Посередине которой. Там еще, по-моему, где-то страничка была. Или нет? Да, но она снаружи. Когда включим питание, тогда можно будет ее забрать, скорее всего. Что-то она не работает, как раньше. Может, надо одного раза сделать? Да, наоборот, сработало. В городе снега 30. Миссию прощай, папарацци не так легко пройти. Понимаю. Пауков мы сжигаем. Ну и зачем я сюда зашел?
The dark place is utterly hostile to human life. It eats at your mind, wants you to succumb to madness. Your own thoughts can turn against you. Every shadow conceals a threat that attacks at the slightest sign of weakness. You're under endless assault. Every day is a struggle for survival. But I've learned to take care of myself.
Просто,
I
кстати,
focus on Alice, our life together, my need to be with her. That takes me a long way in the dark place.
по
As
поводу...
long as I have my gun and the flashlight.
Все, закончил, да? Можно продолжать. По поводу миссии «Прощай, папарацци» в GTA 3, если я правильно помню, то это где чувак на лодке, да, удирает? Или нет?
The dark place is utterly hostile to human life. It eats at your mind, wants you to succumb to madness. Your own thoughts can turn against you. Every shadow conceals a threat that attacks at the slightest sign of weakness. You're under endless assault. Every day is a struggle for survival. But I've learned to take care of myself.
По поводу миссии «Прощай, папарацци» в GTA 3, если я правильно помню, то это где чувак на лодке, да, удирает? Я, по-моему, даже от тебя только впервые узнал, что можно его, в принципе, застрелить с берега. Я всегда до этого гонялся за ним на Предейторе. Мне кажется, я обратно пошел. Да, нам туда.
If you die, you lose. If you quit, you lose. If you make it to the end of the loop, you still lose. Sucker.
Say hello to my little friend. Но что-то на самом деле не очень эффективно. Охотничье ружье было лучше. Да, МК тут что-то не очень. Ей бы убойность повысить, и было бы хорошо. Атака по уровню убойности прям как вот этот маг, но маг стреляет быстрее. То есть быстрее с его помощью можно убить врага. Так что МК не докручена немножко. Но игра действительно выглядит как какая-то бета-версия недоделанная. Не понимаю, почему не выпустили патч, не пофиксили все это. Только теперь 30 малое время перезарядки успеет уплыть. Понимаю. То есть ты толкаешь игрока к прохождению стандартным методом, да? Один готов. Нет, какая-то дичь таймка. А на коробочках было написано шотган, но это оказались припасы для винтовки.
The champion of light knows that the time itself is about to end. At least for him. He can feel the dead end rushing towards him. But there is time to act. Incomplete or not, he has the weapon.
I don't have the whole thing. But maybe it's enough.
Поздно ночью, лет почти закончилось, неподалеку висел постер фильма в стиле нуар, и лампа освещала красный огнетушитель. Я календарь переверну. Отлично. В смысле не хватит? Я все сделал.
You're trying to be cute, aren't you? What are you up to? It's a waste of time, buddy. You should just lie down and die. Let me take over. This is the only thing you've got coming to you. From here to eternity. No matter how many times you come back.
Time folds back on itself. Again, his senses scream as the very impossibility of what is happening assaults them. But the champion of light endures.
Только не говорите, что мы по третьему кругу пойдем.
Gets a little closer. Each time, another detail falls into place. Now, the trap works against the herald of darkness.
Понимаю. Они серьезно хотят нас гонять по 3 раза по этим локациям. О! Чувак с болгаркой. Точнее, с дисковой пилой. Нам, видимо, нужно все странички собрать. Тогда нас отпустят. Но это не точно.
Thor and Odin Anderson, old gods of Asgard. I still don't quite know what to make of them. I know they used to be rock stars who modeled their stage personas after Norse gods. I know they're old. I know that in their day they fought the darkness as I do. I know they're demented and insane, ravaged by age and self-abuse. But there's something in them. Something powerful that took hold when they were touched by the powers beyond. A thing that goes far beyond just stage names. Something godlike.
Сэм Лейк большой любитель скандинавской мифологии, я посмотрю. В целом-то понятно, учитывая его происхождение.
Right on cue, bubbling to the surface from untold depths, the horrors come. The emerging monsters do not expect the warm reception that has already been prepared for them.
А, уже ничего не нужно собирать, это шикарно. Сейчас все сделаем. Уже все есть. Уже все на месте. Какой-то роуглайк, на самом деле, получается. Их раз, и еще много-много раз, да?
Next stop, saving Emma. I don't make friends easily. I know plenty of people, but I don't let most of them close. I've known Barry Wheeler ever since we were little boys. We had the time of our lives. I'd get us in trouble, and he'd talk us out of it. Things haven't changed that much now that we're grown-ups. He's the most loyal and dependable person I've ever met, and all the things that count anyway. You could call him a weasel, and you wouldn't be entirely wrong. You could call him a clown, and I would reluctantly agree. But he has never let me down.
Ух ты, можно плечо менять здесь, оказывается.
Getting the Andersons into the recording studio was a struggle and a half. But once they actually picked up the instruments, something happened. They were two old men, and they weren't. They were doddering bags of bone, and they were barely contained power. And there was music. Barry rubbed his hands together. He knew how to pick a winner. Now all they needed was some direction on how to make things a little more modern. Barry had never produced a thing in his life, but he knew what he liked. He knew Balance Slays the Demon was going to be a hit.
Да, это та самая песня, про которую я сказал, что я не вспомню ее мотив, я действительно его не помню.
Not as long as I show up, I guess.
Emma wasn't sure exactly when the man arrived at the motel. But from what she could tell, the party started almost immediately. It was infectious, spreading from one room to another. He was mercurial, almost as if he was flickering through the scene, telling a joke here, throwing an insult there, oozing sex and violence and excitement. She had never seen someone like this before. He looked at her and smiled, and she felt her heart flutter a little. She knew he was the kind of man mothers warn their daughters about, but she told herself it didn't matter. So I've been thinking about Barry.
Не мешай мне смотреть телевизор.
Clear now. Little parasite. Your best friend. Really? That's the best you can do. I actually kind of like the guy. He's a plucky little butterball. He plays the clown. That's a hard road to take. But I don't need him sticking his fat face in my business. Did you know he's been hanging out with the sheriff from that shitty little town? They keep in touch. Barry's about the only guy who insists that you're not dead. How about that?
I might keep him alive for a while. Just to see him go to pieces when I fire his ass. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, art lovers, are you feeling neglected? You shouldn't. You know Eddie Rodman's got love for you, which is why I actually hauled myself out of bed before noon, just so I could record an interview for your pleasure. Enjoy. Now, as I'm sure you all know, the annual Night Springs Visual Art Show is coming around again, and that's a big deal for all of us that are in the culture business. If you can call it a business. That's a little controversial, I know.
Oh, that's okay. Money makes the world go around, no doubt about it.
And that's one of my guests here at the studio, Serena Valdivia. She's a curator at the Night Springs Gallery of Visual Arts, and she's in charge of the NSVA Film Festival, held this year at the old Night Springs Drive-In Theater.
Hello, Eddie. It's great to be here. And let me just say that it's a wonderful venue.
Absolutely. And with her is one of the filmmakers, somebody who's actually primarily known as a renowned photographer, Alice Wake.
Hello.
Alice, I've seen a lot of your work over the years. It's very impressive. My wife's a big fan, actually.
Oh, thank you.
You've gained quite a bit of fame as a photographer, but that's not why you're here, right? You actually have a film. That's a little surprising.
For me, too. I really wouldn't be here at all if it weren't for Serena.
You two are friends, I take it?
Yeah, we move in the same circles. So, about a year ago, I heard about all this footage she'd shot, and I got to see some of it, and then I started pestering her about actually putting it out there, because it was really good. I didn't really want to show it. It felt too personal.
Well, yes, I can understand that. It features your husband, and he's, well...
He's dead.
I thought he was missing.
It's been 2 years. This sounds awful, but yes, I believe he's dead. Otherwise he would...
Pardon?
Well, you know.
Yeah, I understand. Well, hold that thought, and we'll be right back.
I have seen the darkness twist flesh into new shapes before, but encountering these giants is an extremely disturbing experience. It's as if the genre has been switched on me. There's something out of Pulp Fiction. Twice as tall as normal men and stronger than forklifts, their lumbering gait and slow-witted demeanor brings to mind some kind of mean-spirited caricature of a feeble-minded hillbilly.
А, уже максимум. Она нам не откроет? А, с другой стороны, хорошо.
Yeah, thanks for saving me again. I'd hate to die before I'm scheduled to be murdered.
I guess I have you to thank for setting everything up at the oil derrick.
Yeah, well, I figured that if we were going to go over this again, we might as well try to be smart about it, huh?
I appreciate it. You took a big chance doing that. You okay?
What do you think? I've died twice. I remember everything pretty clearly now. You said I was gonna be okay.
I don't know what happened.
It's not your fault. I think one of those, what did you call them? The takers? I think they did something to the power and they got me that way.
I'm sorry.
But I got the keys from the dead guy in that room. And I'm not handing them over until you do something about this. I'm sick of getting killed.
Fair enough. You seem calmer now.
I tried freaking out. Didn't do much good for me. I guess you get used to the craziest stuff.
Good for you.
Plus I figured I'd take the edge off, you know?
Mm-hmm. Those herbal supplements are pretty good, huh?
Oh yeah.
Осуждаю, конечно.
I wanted to try to explain things to you now since you're calmer, but maybe this isn't the best time after all.
Oh, shit, yeah. Better not get all metaphysical on me now. Seriously, I'm like 2 sentences away from thinking how we could all be like atoms on God's skin or something.
Figments of somebody's imagination?
Wow. I'm just gonna try to chill out and not think about that or getting murdered or anything, if you're cool with that.
Gotcha.
Они снаружи, что ли? Не, ну если мы сейчас ее спасем, то, видимо, это будет означать, наконец, последнюю попытку пройти эти локации. Но это не точно.
Okay. I really don't think they can get to the power now.
Thank you. That's a relief. Here's the keys that you needed.
Thank you.
Hey, I have to tell you, at the diner, I went there with him. The guy who looks like you, okay? I know I said that I didn't.
Yeah, I figured. Want to talk about what happened at the diner?
There was this guy from the observatory, and he just attacked the poor dude, smashed his face into the tabletop a bunch of times. It was horrible. I didn't know that he was gonna do that. I swear. And I just ran. I just left him there. I didn't even try to help.
There was nothing you could have done. It's not your fault.
Well, he's dead in that motel room now, so excuse me if I feel pretty shitty about it anyway.
You shouldn't blame yourself.
I just didn't want to get involved. I have this tendency to just drop everything and run. I don't think I'm a bad person, but I didn't even call the cops. I'm such a coward.
If you'd called the cops, we'd have dead cops. He's not human. Do you understand? It's not your fault.
But I could have tried to stop him.
Believe me, if you had, you'd be dead. You seem to be doing a little better now.
Yeah, I guess it just got easier once I got this thing off my chest. I just feel so guilty about it, especially because I didn't pick up on any of the warning signs. I just really liked hanging out with him, you know? He was smart and charming and funny and hot. The way you could be, I guess.
I guess.
What's the deal with this guy anyway? He looks like you, he uses your name. Why does he do this stuff?
I'm not sure myself. Maybe he's just evil or my dark half. He does a lot of the stuff I'm trying really hard to get away from. Things that just messed up my life.
I guess all those murders don't help either.
Yeah, I could do without the murders and the end of the world. Listen, I need to get going.
Yeah, go. I think I'm good now. I hope.
Good luck. If it all goes well, maybe this is the last time we meet like this.
God, wouldn't that be great?
Just keep those lights on, okay?
И...
The fate of countless individuals hangs in the balance, threatened by the machinations of the Herald of Darkness. And yet, for a moment, the Champion of Light breathes a little easier. He has saved one life. For this moment, it is enough. And soon, perhaps, he can put an end to this.
Да, нас 3 раза гоняет по 3 локациям. Понимаю.
Returning to the observatory for what he hopes is the final time, the man feels anticipation and dread in equal measure. Soon, he knows, he will have what he needs.
Hello, I was expecting you. I've already taken care of the imaging array, but you should still look into securing the
Ну,
primary
слава
coolant
богу.
flow. With some luck, you may be able to light the area before these things even show up.
А, да, это все-таки за забором. А все, я успел.
I believe we're ready to look into the sky.
Right there, Doctor.
This act of creation is exhilarating and frightening. Subtext and symbols loom eager to take effect. Causality and consequence become domino chains that stretch into infinity. The more fundamental the change, the more unpredictable the variables become. Reality is too complex to control completely. Ordinary questions become meaningless. Who created who? What is really real? Everything is as real as everything else. You learn to let go of the things you can't control and go with the flow, or go insane. The film noir poster reminded me of Alex Casey, the detective's cool exterior never cracking even with the gun pointed in his face. In the back room, all the lights had been turned off, except for the lone spotlight which illuminated the bright red fire extinguisher on the wall.
Одну страницу мы пропустили, получается. Ну и ладно.
After my disappearance, they thought I was dead. I might as well have been.
Не
I
потеряли.
know it's been 2 years. I know Alice has moved on. I've tried to find a way back to her, back to my life, but escaping the dark place is almost impossible. Time does strange things here, but dreams and radio signals can pierce the veil between the worlds. I catch glimpses and echoes of the world. Sometimes I send messages out. I can only pray that they hear them.
This is what you look like. Does that bother you? I bet it does. I'm not just wearing your face, you know. It goes a lot deeper than that. There's a lot of you and me. All the best parts. At first, I was just an idea. But they kept telling all those stories about you. You already had that rep. And then you disappeared mysteriously. And then the stories about bad, crazy Alan Wake came true. And here I am. That's the best part, isn't it? When that happens, you can always count on Cauldron Lake. I'm just as real as you are. And I'm the improved version. No fears, no doubt, no weaknesses, no self-deception here. I don't let anything drag me down. I know you like I know myself. I know it bothers you that I'm like this, that I use your name, crawl my way into your life. But I only do it because I'm better at being you than you ever were.
Понимаю. Ну, вижу.
Black space.
blatantly violating the laws of physics in my observatory. That's just rude. Are you all right?
I'll live.
I'm glad. I'll send the lift down to you. I remember our previous encounters very clearly now, but technically, if this really is a loop in time, we've never met before. I don't know why our awareness persists, but it's bloody fascinating.
Doctor?
You know, I know physicists who would give 15 years of their lives for a chance to experience something like this.
I'd imagine that being stalked by horrible axe murderers would curb their enthusiasm a little.
Clearly you've never met hardcore physicists.
I'm glad you're in such good spirits, but...
The signal! Yes, it's completed.
Finally. If all goes well, this should be the last time we go through the loop.
You know, I just realized that I don't have any memory of what happens after you leave. What does that mean?
I don't think it means anything. If everything goes well, you just keep going. I don't show up here like this again, no more bad guys. Things go back to normal.
Let's hope you're right. I'd love the opportunity to look into this in more detail.
Looks like you've accepted the situation.
I'm a pragmatist. If this is a delusion, at least my first psychotic episode is anything but boring. Really, Mr. Wake, at the end of the day, I'm a scientist. I love mysteries. I love not knowing. Whatever else this might be, it's absolutely fascinating. I wonder how far this reaches. Is everybody in the world experiencing this?
Who knows? I think reality's probably pretty fragile right now. Doctor, I can see you're very enthusiastic about this. I'd appreciate a bit of discretion.
Are you suggesting that we should suppress this?
No. You can do what you like, but I want you to leave me out of it.
But surely, with the things you know, the things you've experienced, you can replicate any of these results. We could—
Let me be blunt. If you drag me into this, I'll deny everything. I'll lie like my life depended on it. And writers are damn good liars. Word of advice. This is things man was not meant to know territory. You get into this, chances are you'll open up a door into a world of hurt. Believe me, I know.
I see.
In a strange way, he feels at ease. He is armed with his own words, and when the time comes, they will be enough or they will not. For now, he's content to let the currents take him toward the final confrontation.
Но раз сама игра говорит, что это финальная схватка, то поверим.
Once more, we return to the drive-in. If he's aware of the absurdity of arming oneself with a few sentences and standing against a power that can pierce time itself, he doesn't show it. The man has his share of weaknesses, perhaps more, but cowardice is not among them.
Oh, you got yourself a little plan, do you?
Я думаю, помповое ружье лучше, кстати. Окей. Очень сложно. Наконец-то. Упс.
Never getting out of this, Wake. Never! Don't worry. I'll take care of your wife and your life.
Really, I'm a psycho. You knew I am a psycho. I told you I'm a psycho. You knew I'm a psycho. I told you.
But I'll send you right back to the beginning. think whatever it is you're gonna do is gonna make a difference? This'll end up just like before!
There's more to fighting the Taken than just burning away the darkness that protects them. When I'm fighting for my life, I find myself slipping into a state of intense concentration that makes the beam of my flashlight seem more powerful and focused. I used to think it was just my imagination, something brought on by the adrenaline and fear of death. But now I'm not so sure. I've been touched by powers that I can't begin to truly comprehend. And they've left a mark. I'm starting to think this might be a part of it.
I've been around for a while now, you know? While you've been indisposed, stuck in the darkness, I've been busy. I operate in the shadows, not always literally.
Не мешайте смотреть телевизор.
I'm a little bit I've taken. But I do my best work in the dark.
Они мешают смотреть мне телевизор.
Getting a little bit of elbow room. All that chaos and madness, it doesn't really do that much down there. It's like pouring a glass of water into the ocean, right? But up here, yeah, you can really make an impact. All they need is someone to bring them all the way through. But first, I had to take care of you. You party pooper. You're stuck in an eternal cycle now. The sun's never coming up for you. Everything else? Do my thing. Get a bit of quality time with Alice. That's a little something for me. And I deserve it.
Чего же вы такие жирные стали? Да, они бесконечно походу спавнятся. Вот это уже сложность. Вот это я скажу сложность уже. Хотя не такая жопа все равно, как была в оригинале. Ага, свеженькие подоспели. Ура.
Again, the champion of light enters the final trap. The new reality is almost here. All he needs to do is change the details of the scene, push it past the breaking point, and the rest will snap into place.
Все то же самое, только в проекторе фильм «Элис». И куда вставлять? Вижу. Бинго.
Oh, come on, buddy. Why don't you... What? What is this? No! No!
Ты чего наделал?
You can't do this! All I did was take the things you always wanted and never had the balls to go for. It's my turn now. It's my life. It's my life.
Alan? Is it really you?
It's really me.
How? I love you.
I love you.
A woman, a man, two lovers, held apart for far too long, enveloped in the light of a glorious dawn. They both feel it. He's home at last. Are these actual events, or merely a dream? A memory, or a glimpse of what is to come? One thing is certain. This scene takes place in another time, and another place, far, far away from Night Springs.
Но если бы это была реальность, то не было бы второго Alan Wake, который выходит в пятницу. Такие дела. Спасибо всем, кто был. Хорошего вечера. Увидимся. Пока-пока.